Olá, seguidores de YouTube, daqui que fala o Facanado e hoje estamos aqui para mais uma live onde nós iremos jogar Red Dead Redemption 2. E vamos... Burdock Roots, não. All Legendary Animals, não. Como é que era o nome? All... All... Não é Rock Curvings, é Dinosaur Bones. Não é que diz. Pega essa. Bota. Ok. Regra número 1. De ver estes tutoriais, meter a velocidade máxima. Ok? Ok. De todas eu só encontrei duas. Ok, boa. Uma está aqui. Para ir lá tem que ir até Valentine. Só que para ir até Valentine tem que sair aqui de Saint Denis.
Don't you test my patience.
Come, please, take a pamphlet and learn how you can save the white race.
What the fuck? The White Race. Então, se tu realmente queres salvar a raça dos brancos, tens que namorar com brancas, né? Mas pronto, olha. Não significa que as brancas queiram-te a ti. Ficas com esse pensamento, ainda te chamam de racista e homofóbico ou alguma cena assim. Eu não fui, de certeza.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ok, temos que ir até lá. Pois, realmente. A distância não me parece ser muito longa. Parece ser ali. Imagina ter que fazer isso com o meu outro cavalo. Pois. Está aqui já. Ui, assim sim. Aqui, debaixo do RT, aqui neste local. Assim sim, tudo perto um dos outros. Isso é bom, isso é bom.
Come on, girl. One more time.
One more time. Eu ainda tenho que apanhar os pássaros exóticos eventualmente, mas eu tipo, não sei quando. Está aqui. É, está mesmo aqui aberto. Debaixo do El de Scarlet Meadows. 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 Ok, isto até agora está-me a
You got
parecer
this, girl.
easy. California Quail. Olha. Olha, já. Não, não. Ali. Ali. Uou. Ok, New Hangover. New Hangover. New Hangover. Não, não é New Hangover, é Lemoyne. Ah, não. Lemoyne, Lemoyne. Por acaso até New Hangover. Ui. Este já está a uma distância considerável. Já sei para onde é que eu vou. Eu acho que ontem parecia que isto ia demorar mais porque já era tipo de noite, né? E à noite é que as coisas ficam freaky e aceleradas, né? Por isso. Não, à noite é que as coisas ficam freaky e lentas. Freaky, 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 bro. Está a chover. Pois está, pois está, pois está a chover. Eu não sei o porquê que isto tem que ser assim. Assim também não sei porquê. Eu acho que eles deviam ter posto um código que era tipo assim: se a notificação já estiver aberta há mais de 2 segundos, então não repete. Né? Sei lá, alguma cena assim. Tipo, cada vez que um gajo pega os binóculos, a notificação vai sempre aparecer e sempre aparecer e sempre aparecer. Oh, então, tipo, eles repararam e tipo, ninguém quis saber. É tipo, pronto. Está ali. Dá para partir os ossos. Em Kamassa River. Kamassa River. Kamala Harris River. Yeah, mas aparentemente eu já tinha as rock carvings. Mas não apareceu porque eu nunca tinha visto a missão de estranhos e conhecidos. Estranhos e conhecidos, já, pois. Estranho, eu nunca vi essa coisa laranja. Já mira, pap, 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 malandro. Os elefantes à noitinha vão à procura de companhia. As elefantes põem mini saias e dançam todos juntos até nascer o sol, mas que grande mentira. O quê?
Got
Stay
friends,
close. Ah, yeah, então anda cá. Come here!
You know what to do, girl.
Após ser roubado num beco. John Marston decidiu ser o justiceiro. O Cavaleiro Negro. Mas eu gosto bem que tipo. Pô, no filme do Cavaleiro Negro Rises, os gajos não tiveram medo de tipo criticar o filme anterior. Faz sentido, né? Tanto esforço e a única coisa que conseguiram foi uma mentira. Que é a verdade, é tipo uma mentira a sério mesmo. Eu não estava à espera que o Rises fosse assim tão tipo, denso na história. Sei lá, bro. Phoenix, eu acho que tem a mesma qualidade que os outros filmes, honestamente. Então, um gajo está a subir e os prisioneiros a coisa. Tipo, a coisa. E o velhinho a começar a sussurrar também. E a falar cada vez mais alto. Tipo, Phoenix. É uma cena muito épica. Eu adorei o filme. Eu penso que isto seja perto. Olha. Estás com friozinho no cu, cavalo. Já vão prontos. Olha o bêbado. A Miranda. Ah, pronto, agora não posso por causa da atividade, bro. Phonics. Eu fui para onde então? Eu devo ter ido para Rhodes, acho eu.
All right, Dad. Whiplash. Pull over the top. All right, David. Do your best. Okay, 6, 7, and. Bill. We got Buddy Rich in here.
Anyhow.
Little trouble there. Clean up the set.
My drink.
Alright, clean up. 5, 6, 7. Not quite my tempo. Here we go. 6, 7, and. Now get on it. Here we go. 6, 7, and. Bar 17, the end of 4. 6, 7, and. Not quite my tempo. It's all good. It's all good. 5, 6, 7. You're rushing. 5, 6, 7. Right, just there. 5, 6, 7. Why do you suppose I just throw the chair at your head? I don't know. Sure you. The tempo? Were you rushing? Or were you dragging? I don't know. Start counting. 5, 6, 7. Oh, damn it. Look at me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, was I rushing or was I dragging? Count again. 1, 2, 3. Rushing or dragging. So you do know the difference. If you deliberately sabotage my band, I will spank you like a pig. Now, are you a rusher or a dragger?
Estranho. Eu confundia para aqui. Eu não sei o que é que me fez pensar que era aqui. Rushing. Ah, tá aqui. Afinal, eu já sabia onde é que era. O problema era que tipo, eu literalmente não fui apanhar por algum motivo. Tipo, what? Like, come on, bro.
Okay, with my
Gang.
start counting. 5, 6, 7. Oh, damn it. Look at me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, was I rushing or was I dragging? Count again. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Rushing or dragging? Rushing. So you do know the difference. If you deliberately sabotage my band, I will spank you like a pig. Now, are you a rusher or a dragger, or I'm not a stinking tie. What does that say? 215. Holy guacamole! I didn't realize they let her in. So it's just safer. Am I to understand that you can't read tempo? Can you even read music? What is that? No. Yes? What is that? No. It's like remeasure 420. What are you gonna flip it on? Put it in a star kit. Stop. Now answer my question. Were you rushing or were you dragging? Oh my dear God. Are you one of those single tier people? Do I look like a double flipping rainbow to you? You must be upset. Are you upset? So you just don't give a hoot about this? I do give a hoot about that. Are you upset? Yes or freaking no? Yes, you are. State it. Upset. Say it so the whole band can hear you. I'm upset. Louder! I'm upset. I'm upset. You are a worthless, friendless piece of crap whose mommy left daddy after she figured out he wasn't LeBron James, who is now slobbering and whining all over my drum kit like a 9-year-old girl. So for the final farting time, say it louder. I'm upset. Carl. Start practicing harder, Newman. All right, whiplash. Bar 128. Big boy tempo. 6, 7, and...
Slow up now!
Strapa. Was I rushing or was I dragging? Então, mas os ossos tipo mudam de coisa durante o dia e a noite? Mas não há atividade por perto para o Phoenix. Let us settle this. Vá. Eu não consigo perceber, por favor, diz-me a mim. Mudaste tanto desde o dia que eu conheci. Parece fácil esquecer o sol deste. Só, mas eu já recolhi desta área. Ou não? Supostamente estaria aqui, mas já não está.
Whoever did this deserves a raise. Back in 2021, we used to clean bottles the hard way. That's fun.
Ok, vou tentar o 10 depois. Depois eu volto ao nosso, se me faltaram. Vou caducar a tua carta. Trollete, trollete, trollete. Leite trollado. Leitinho, yeah. Como assim leitinho, yeah, bro? What the fuck, nós? Ih.
What are you looking for this time? Oh, good, good. The name's William, by the way. I need to collect a big batch of this currant here. You'll find the fruits hanging from bushes. It doesn't thrive near water, so already had that with. Let's have a good.
Eu andei a coletar bué de ervas.
This will make a fine meal for my horse, if I don't keep it all for myself. When I drink a tonic from these currants, it's like the clouds fall away. I can focus on anything. This special elixir will set you right, no matter your wrong. It's all the power the natural world can offer. Now, if you don't mind, I'll be getting back to my studies. I look forward to our next meeting, traveler.
Thanks for everything. Good luck to you.
You too, my friend. You too.
You okay, girl? Let's go.
Alright. Cougar.
What's the fuss?
Ah, é? Então onde era? Ah, olha só. Espero que encontre um urso a atacar-me.
Good girl. Let's go.
Tenho que subir. Espero encontrar aqui ursos. Uns ursos. Ali é. Ah, nunca estive aqui, acho eu.
There. Let's go, girl.
When the times come, so ever, go away.
There's my
Consegues,
girl.
cavalo, consegues. Ah, bro, sobe. Caralho. Ih, caralho. Eu acho que deixam parar ali depois. Que coincidência do caraças. O comboio passa exatamente quando eu estou cá.
Here, come on. Come on. Let's get.
Foda. Ah, já conseguiu. Anda lá, bro. Fogo. Caralho, chega a deslizar, bro. Foda-se.
God damn it.
Ah, cavalo.
Come on, then.
Eu tenho dois, tenho dois. Ah, caraças.
Shit. Heading through it, ain't we? Easy.
Ah, afinal era só fazer um campo. Uau. Tralaleiro, 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 puxa o mameiro, tralaleiro, tralaleiro. Sabe? Olha.
O mundo de entretenimento espera por si. É o Betano Cassino Show com Cristina Ferreira. Esta noite, convidados com as conversas mais quentes. Muita, muita sorte. Passos de dança.
Ah, bro, sério, não consegues subir isto? Isto é gozar, só pode. Sério, o cavalo não consegue subir aquilo. Opa, já tenho. Ali, está ali, estou a ver. Bacchus Station. Não era Rackus Station? Espera, o quê? Ainda bem que está perto, mas porra. Ready to this joint. Meu cavalinho.
Hello, girl.
Deja vu.
You got this, girl. Blow it.
Que raio de GPS é aquele? Porra, what the fuck? Está ali, encontrei. Oh, caraças!
Come on, girl. One
Isto é a gozar o sapato, bro. Olha-me isto. Ufa. Ah, já aparece o osso, mas não aparece tipo. Não aparece cruzado. Ok, ok. Até o outro eu já tinha apanhado.
Whoa!
You've been down there deep underground. What have I done to deserve this damnation? Claro que está lá em cima. Ah pá.
Easy now. Whoa there!
Standing Aqui, tá aqui. See the life you knew before. Bring on the world we're fighting for. Sério. Mas vale mandar fast travel para Valentine daqui. Reaching for. Finalmente saí destas montanhas. Fogo. Acho eu que saí destas. Espero eu que saí destas montanhas. Almost there. I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. Valid crash out. Ok, boa piada. Good joke, good joke.
Whoa!
Dakota River. Não há motivos para ir até da Fast Travel até Valentine.
Slow now.
Yeah.
We're on. Easy now.
Não, pera. Sacanagem. Dakota River.
Be gone. Be gone. Be gone.
Hey.
Pega o predador. É um espreito americano. Ok.
We're fine, ain't we?
Anda lá, bro, a sério, vais parar aqui a meio do caminho. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Okay.
Hey!
Oh meu, foda-se ao caralho! Sim, ó. Porra.
That looks like a pretty nice horse you got there. I paid top dollar for this beauty. Fast as a bullet. Want to see how yours compares? I'll race you to Diablo Ridge, all right?
Where is Diablo Ridge?
Not today.
I knew it. A coward can't bear to face the better racing.
Just not in the mood to race. No hard feelings.
No trouble.
That's my lady.
Whoa, partner. I ain't seen so much as a fleck round here.
You okay, girl? Let's go.
Oh my god.
There. Let's go, girl.
Ay, 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 ay.
There. I love you, lady.
What? Tá bem, pronto. Foi daqui até, até a armadilha já. É, faço dois. Bora para McFarlane Range.
This ain't the girl you know. Easy.
Se calhar é melhor seguir o GPS. Ah, estava a ver que estava lá em cima agora. Fogo. Ah, não, é cheio. Everyone likes chocolate when they eat it. Or tumbleweed. Ridge Racer, remember that one? É tudo bosta. Quem é os para tumbleweed então? Uou! Fogo, demorei. Diz que grande cena. Falar nisso?
Penny for the blind. Penny for the blind.
Ok.
Penny for the blind.
Help a blind man. For your future. $1 for your fate.
Okay, here you are.
remember the past at the expense of the future.
All right, mister.
Please, I need to be alone with my thoughts.
Ah, deve ser porque eu tenho a honra baixa que ele disse isso. Eu tenho a honra baixa porque eu estou a fazer cenas do passado, né? Yeah. Mas eu acho que de uma certa maneira isso também funcionava. Se eu tivesse honra alta. Claro que eu tenho que subir isto, tá bom.
See, it's all good.
Esta foi fixe. Aí é fogo.
Free, fun, and effective. Download Duolingo, the #1 language learning app.
Tá mesmo embaixo de Tumbleweed. Ok. Como eu estou aqui nas montanhas, eu vou mandar um fast travel. E não há verdadeiro. Fogo. Yeah, ok, estava a tentar ser esperto agora. Ok, estava a ir pelo caminho normal. Come here, come here. Pronto, tirei a pele a esta. Mercer Station. Marker Station. Ora, armadilho. O meu telemóvel ainda está a 91%. Caraças, a bateria está mesmo forte hoje.
Cholera! Be warned about the cholera! All of you be careful. Leave
Cólera. Aquilo já nem tem xerife já. Aquilo mal é uma cidade já. Porra. Não, aquilo nem é uma cidade, aquilo é uma vila mesmo assim. Olha, opá.
That should help. Good girl. Let's go. Good girl.
Ah, jogo, eu já cuido do meu cavalo, ok. Eu, tipo,
Who's my girl? Couldn't do it without you, girl.
não dá para fazer tipo aquela cena daquele filme do espírito, né? Em Rio Bravo. Vai aí. Oh, ai, Deixa eu ver uma coisa por cá. Está. Ok, bom. Estava só a reparar se estava a fazer live ou não. Oi. Oi, oi. Olha, nunca vi este ainda. Quer ver? Banda Gila Monster. What the fuck é isto? Deixa eu ver. É possível que já consiga. É. Rue del Lobo Rock. Rock the track. A sério? Predador? Qual predador? Ah, more rails.
A Securitas da Arax agora chama-se Verisure. Como já nos conhecem no resto do mundo, muda o nome, mas não o que somos, porque continuamos a ser os primeiros a oferecer o melhor serviço. Os primeiros a responder ao perigo.
Ei, mas esta cena foi uma boa, esta porra.
I had to find a way to stop them trying to kill me.
A serious mistake. Not as serious as yours. Actually. Hey, let's not stand on ceremony here. Mr. Wayne. Patience cost you, Spence. Victory has defeated you. Theatricality and deception. Powerful angels to the uninitiated. But we are initiated, aren't we, Bruce? Members of the League of Thoth. And you betray us. Yes. You're listed for a kid. For a kid. Psychopath.
Yeah,
The League of Shadows. I'm here to fulfill Ra's al Ghul's destiny. You fight like a younger man. There's nothing held back. Admirable, but mistaken. You think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it.
Ai,
I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but shadows.
isto é Black Clover.
I will show you where I have made my home whilst preparing to bring justice. Then I will break you. Oh, precious armor. Gratefully accepted. We will need it. I was wondering what would bring first. Your spirit. Act. Only running.
Ai.
You have some scissors in your house? Grab a seat, let's get to work. So, what do you need?
Cabelos faciais, já está bem. Mas tipo, quem é que vai usar isto? Olha-me isto. Mustache. Vou mesmo andar aqui a usar a barba, bro. Corta logo tudo.
Mighty fine if I do say so.
That's pretty good.
Well,
Já fico sem barba, filho. Não, tipo, os estilos de barba são inúteis, bro. What the fuck? Quem é que quer usar bigode? Isso é ridículo. Tipo, bigode. Ter apenas os lados com barba estilo britânico. Tipo, vai-te lixar. Vai-te lixar. Ó.
Just a minute. Oh, yeah? What do you got there?
Aí, opá, começou a chover. Ih, bora enviar isto tudo. Let's go.
Gotta be done. Goodbye for now.
Ih, opá, está a chover. Eu adoro a chuva, só tipo Phoenix, bro. Isto é bué da fixe, chover. Ué, eu gostava de começar este segundo período e um dia da escola poder ir tipo, à chuva. Sair lá à chuva. I'm really adopted by it. Depois tenho que dormir mais uma vez. Dezoito. Evening. Boa tarde. Eu acho que já disse uma vez, uma gaja na minha turma disse boa tarde ao invés de dizer boa. Em vez de dizer bom dia. É que era literalmente 8h30 da manhã, como assim? Boa tarde. Essa foi boa. Pronto, vamos ver então qual é a missão que temos aqui agora.
I'll see you. Hold on. Well, look who we have here. This old Bam has been causing trouble up at Pronghorn Ranch.
Please visit me at Firewood Rise in Cumberland Forest. Não dá para pedir para ir. Mas eu posso ir para Valentine. Pedir aqui. Rhodes, Emerald Ranch, Strawberry, Valentine. Caralhas.
Well, that's it. I got you here as agreed.
That was great. Hello, girl.
Que é melhor falar.
Hello there. Who are you?
I'm a friend of Arthur's. He passed a few years back, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I've been sending you the bones since then.
Oh, I wondered why there was such a hiatus. Well, come in. I cannot wait to show you the fruits of your labor. You'll be quite amazed. I was right, of course. Quite right. Lovely to see you. Here, just as I thought. Totalosaurus West Elizabethus. The Elizabethan Megasaur.
That's quite a monster.
Oh, it'll change everything. It's incredible. Tail. Fins for swimming. 3 pairs of legs so we could run extra fast, even in mud. Large tusks for doing tusky-type things. And long spines that acted as wings. They said I was a fool, a silly old woman. I was right all along. Oh, this is the happiest day since... Well, since my sister died. But that's another story. Thank you. I will, of course, share the credit.
Oh, that's okay. I like to keep a low profile.
Really?
Yeah.
I must give you something. Something valuable. Here, take this. The handle is genuine Stegosaurus bone.
Wow. Thank you.
Ah, ganhei uma arma extra.
The
Uau.
same to you, sir.
Afinal, nem precisava ter ido à procura das armas, mas pronto.
You know what to do, girl.
Pode ser.
Depois do excesso, a testosterona pode aumentar até 15%.
Mais um bocadinho.
Ah, sim, pois.
Não, não, não. Primeiro, Mount Hagen, on Grizzlies West. Ok, não parece estar aqui nada. Poderosa minha pedra de safira. Vamos para... Valentine.
favour of a million films, but I think The Dark Knight Rises is an underrated film.
What a belief for Bruce and Bounty is this perfect trilogy. I mean, think about it. It's hard enough to get one film made, and much harder to make one film brilliant. It's almost implausible, then, to repeat that success 2 more times back to back. There are so many instances of the magic happening twice, of lightning being somehow recaptured with the second entry, only for the third to fall apart. The second sequel curse, as it were. There have been a lot of trilogies made over the course of cinema's decades, but how many can truly claim to be a perfect trifecta? The Human Condition, the Thor trilogy, the Star Wars trilogy, Indiana Jones, The Lord of the Rings, right through to the greatest of them all, in my opinion.
There are no good third sequels, basically. Rocky 3, maybe, but they are very different.
Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy. From a narrative, structural, thematic, and filmmaking perspective, these 3 films are individual masterpieces, but when combined, create something that is even richer than the sum of its parts. Batman Begins crafted an exemplary origin story, introducing us to all facets of Bruce Wayne and morphing him into the Batman, with a mixture of believability and, well, just sheer fucking awesomeness. The Dark Knight escalated things both from a storytelling standpoint, guided by Heath Ledger's immortal antagonist in The Joker, and from a filmmaking perspective, with every last frame poured over to create a cinematic ballet of unprecedented brilliance, especially relative to the superhero genre.
My instinct was to change genres. The first one is an origin story. The second one is a crime drama, very much like Heat.
Now, you probably know where I'm going with this. Yeah, I adore these movies. I was lucky enough to be there when Batman Begins happened, and you know I lined up on opening night for The Dark Knight. When the credits rolled on that middle entry, I thought, that can't be topped. There's no fucking way. It's not possible. Nolan can't do that. And it appears that even Christopher Nolan himself felt the same way. 4 years passed, and what could have been a trilogy appeared to be truncated.
And the third one we needed to blow up bigger, because you can't scale down. The audience doesn't give you any choice, but nor can you go back and do what you've done before. So you've got to shift genres. We'd made 2 films, and everybody's made all these films about this awful thing is going to happen, but we needed to go there. All of these films have threatened to turn Gotham inside out and collapse it in on itself. Let's just go there and have the horrible thing happen.
And so Nolan gave the third film a shot anyway. The story jumped forward 8 years. Bruce Wayne was reduced to a Howard Hughes-esque broken, injured shell of a man compared to the epitome of fitness we saw in The Dark Knight. And Nolan crafted The Dark Knight Rises, a film that not only defied the curse of the second sequel, not only stands as one of the great final films in a trilogy, but might just be the greatest Batman film. Yep, you heard it. I'm going there, folks. Better than this one or even that one. Now, hold on. Before you set your monitor on fire out of disgust, hear me out. But also, don't just take my word for it. In the words of Nolan himself, The Dark Knight Rises is an underrated movie. And for me, it carries so much sentimental value. This trilogy defined my upbringing, my love of cinema, my love of Christopher Nolan. So while many of you might disagree with me, this is a film that holds a special place in my heart, and I have no words other than it's perfect. And I'm going to explore why. So I'm about to glide you through why The Dark Knight Rises is essential Bat cinema. So much so that you're probably going to want to watch the entirety of Nolan's trilogy again. The problem? These 3 films have been scattered across the grimy urban wastes of streaming services. Did you know that Batman Begins and The Dark Knight are on Netflix waiting for you? But that The Dark Knight Rises has been stashed away separately on HBO Max? Thankfully, Likewise TV is here to gather up all 3 movies and make the darkness your ally. Likewise is a hub that connects all of your streaming services to one location. Meaning you don't have to keep track of what's streaming where and can spend more time actually, streaming. On top of that, Likewise's Spotlight feature will keep you up to date on what freshly arrived so that you
Mais vale ir para Valentine agora.
You can build a Shopify business for drop shipping products. Basically, it lets you sell products without having to worry about
Maybe. On top of that, Likewise's Spotlight feature will keep you up to date on what's freshly arrived so that you can be the first to sink your teeth into the next Squid Game instead of the last. And it'll remind you when something's about to leak. And Best Movie in Streaming. And thank you, film. It can't be unnecessary, and if it's not directly enriching the story told by the previous series, well, in the first place, narratively, this film is a sequel to The Dark Knight, but thematically, it's more a sequel to Batman Begins. By being beholden to both of the previous entries, rather than just the immediate preceding one, The Dark Knight Rises feels like a much more involved and essential entry. In turn, the trilogy as a whole feels more well-rounded, more complete, more rewarding for those who watch it in sequence. The natural inclination for a writer is that you want to follow up the previous film. You want to take your characters directly forward, keep the story moving directly forward. But there's a voice in the back of your head that is also saying, circle back around to the beginning. Letting that voice have just enough influence to build on the themes of Batman Begins without disregarding the narrative of The Dark Knight requires both confidence and meticulous command of one's craft. The Dark Knight Rises presents itself as a deeply fascinating examination of Batman, in part because it's an examination and deconstruction of the previous two entries. In particular, a lot of the ideas present in The Dark Knight are deliberately flipped on their head here. The notion explored in The Dark Knight that Batman's very presence and actions in Gotham are part of what fuels crime itself is reinforced here, with crime seemingly at an all-time low following the passage of the Dent Act in Batman's absence. But in reinforcing that, it also challenges the notion that Batman is the hero Gotham deserves. Maybe Gotham neither deserves nor needs Batman at all. And even though Batman goes on to save the city from Bane, the ending reinforces this idea. Batman is revered as a hero, and the image of him stands for justice and victory, but the Dark Knight himself is gone forever, and Gotham seems to be better off for it. As things stand at the start of the film, if Batman were to be considered a test or experiment, most people would probably label Batman an abject failure. The Dark Knight Rises itself is a movie about failure. More specifically, it's a movie about what happens when Batman fails. Batman and Gordon failed at the end of The Dark Knight. They quote-unquote won in the sense that they defeated Joker and Dent, but it was such a hollow victory, maybe even a Pyrrhic one. Batman is forced to go into hiding as a murderer that he, Gordon, and the audience all know he isn't, because the alternative, unmasking Dent, could be the destruction of Gotham City. He has spent so long building himself back up, hiding the deterioration of his body, and then gets his ass kicked by Bane because he's not being authentic. He's just putting on the cape and cowl and going through the motions because it's what Gotham needs him to do. He's not passionate. He's not driven about the matter. He thinks that he can go in there and be the same old Batman that he was at the end of The Dark Knight. But Bane makes it pretty clear that he can't. That being said, The Dark Knight Rises is also a film about hope, but maybe not in the sense that you would expect. Rather, it's about the way that hope can be weaponized. Dent's memory inspires hope and leads to reform, but it's also used as a way to directly combat crime. The Dent Act is almost a militarization of Gotham's police force, and while it's effective in quashing crime in the city, it's also a manipulation of what Dent stood for. If hope requires a police state in order to be achieved, then the entire system is fundamentally broken. It allows hope to be turned into terror. Hope is what leads to what is perceived as positive change initially, but Bane also comes along and uses that same hope to terrorize the people of Gotham. Just like with Bruce in the Pit, Bane makes it seem like the people of Gotham have control over their own destiny.
that they can escape whenever they want. This motivates them to keep trying. There's the hope which makes the defeat more crushing. Then there's Cap.
Oh, pá. Ah, é? Eu posso fazer em locais mais baixos? É mais para aqui. Eu achava que estava escrito Raccoon Station. Pelo visto é Bacchus Station.
Inverse of hope. He doesn't really become the hero until Dark Knight Rises. Blake talks about this, about how all the other orphan kids look up to Bruce Wayne. Blake knows to be Batman. And how even some cops talk about him as this mythic figure of hope. Despite all the cynicism expressed by some of the characters or even the story, the film itself never comes down on hope as being foolish. It can be misused and abused, but in the end, hope is really helpful. Catwoman is inspired to stick around despite her natural inclination to not be optimistic and hopeful. And Batman triumphs. While hope is a weapon, it's also what drives him, and ultimately what he tries to give to Gotham. Wayne Enterprises' nuclear reactor also signifies hope, one directed towards, as Talia says, a more sustainable future, and it's a hope that is literally weaponized to be a bomb. Blake also has this great moment where he tells the kids to get back on the bus and yells at the priest to not let them die without hope. He's doing the same thing as Bane almost, but Blake is using hope to protect people from something out of their control. This hope almost becomes a type of faith, which is why Blake interacts with a priest despite not being religious. Even Alfred generates hope via the noble lie, which is established in the last film. Better to let them believe in something that isn't true, rather than to crush them with the truth. Better to know Rachel wasn't going to move on because it doesn't do anything to Bruce but crush him. Same with Harvey. No point in letting all the good work he did go to waste because of what he became in his final days. The Dark Knight Rises takes those ideas and then says, okay, yeah, but it's still a lie. It's still corrosive. For all the good you intended to achieve, it has unintended consequences. It crushes Bruce to know that he couldn't have been with Rachel. Same as how the Dent Act creates a false sense of security that Bane can exploit, come and tear up without questioning its legitimacy. Deep down, Gordon isn't at peace because he knows he's been lying for close to a decade. All of those inmates incarcerated at Blackgate put there because of a lie the justice system manipulated. It gives a corrupt police force carte blanche to abuse their power and fight for their political brotherhood instead of preserving law and order and protecting the people of Gotham. Why do you think they let Bane go after the hit on the stock exchange? When Batman resurfaces, they want revenge on him for killing one of their own. It becomes the monkey's paw. Blake even questions the imprisonment of all those people in Blackgate based off of a lie. The film, for as much as it's about hope, is also about truth. The hope that Alfred, Gordon, and Batman are creating is all built on a lie. It's not real the same way Bane creates false hope with lies, and in the end, they have to embrace the truth and the fact that that's where real hope comes from. is. You see how someone can use manufactured hope to misdirect you. Hope rising, the big ideas of this trilogy of films, along with growing beyond your failures. There's this nice symmetry that Batman is telling a noble lie while being lied to by Alfred. And when he finds out the truth, it shatters a lot of the preconceived.
Whoa, um anjo. Ai, sai. Este lugar é muito complicado de sair, é melhor mandar fast travel.
When I moved to a different country, I felt very lonely. I was far from my friends and the family and people.
And when he finds out the truth, it shatters a lot of the preconceived notions of what he was doing. Because he and Gordon were doing the exact same thing to Gotham. It's important to the story that Bane and Alfred make things personal so he knows how it feels. Bruce gets a taste of his own medicine in this film. He's lied to. His back is broken. Hell, even Catwoman pulls his own disappearing trick on him. The Dark Knight Rises is the culmination of this idea throughout the trilogy of Batman being someone who always acts. He can't give up on the people of this city like the League of Shadows. In The Dark Knight, he has to break several of his rules in order to get the job done, including violating civil liberties. In The Dark Knight Rises, he faces the reprisals of those actions. Nonetheless, the film doesn't have a black and white view of the morality of Batman's actions. The film is aware of the nuance and gray area, particularly through Blake's point of view. His dialogues with Bruce make it clear that he neither entirely approves nor disapproves of Batman's actions. The film pretty firmly comes down on the fact that what they did was wrong, but also acknowledges that the intentions and even the results were simultaneously good. Additionally, failure doesn't mean you should give up. Why do we fall? So we learn to pick ourselves back up. Batman falls at the end of the previous film, and even though he did so with good intentions, taking down Dent, who had gone entirely off the deep end, the events of this movie challenge him to give up. For 8 years, he stops trying and gives into apathy, and it allows something far, far worse to fester as Bane engineers his scheme under the surface. At the same time, Batman's apathy allows his injured body to literally atrophy. Batman then faces a far greater struggle to pull himself out of the apathy, climb out of the hole, find that hope, and overcome a force that is there to just prey on that same apathy. Because this is something that is built for 8 years. It's a lot more difficult for him to do what he needs to do than if Bane had arrived the day after Harvey Dent's death. Talia and Bane are extensions of Ra's al Ghul, just like Bruce Wayne is. All three found themselves in a pit early in their lives, and their experiences in the pit defined their outlook. Talia was left for dead there by her father. Bane was torn apart by the people inside, and both...
Este aqui tem muitos menos coletáveis, enquanto contramão são muito mais difíceis de alcançar. Shit.
As usual.
O que é isto? Uma cidade metropolitana? Deixa eu ver este aqui de Oanija.
Of Batman being someone who always acts. He can't give up on the people of this city like the League of Shadows. In The Dark Knight, he has to break several of his rules in order to get the job done, including violating civil liberties. In The Dark Knight Rises, he faces the reprisals of those actions. Nonetheless, the film doesn't have a black and white view of the morality of Batman's actions. The film is aware of the nuance and gray area, particularly through Blake's point of view. His dialogues with Bruce make it clear that he neither entirely approves nor disapproves of Batman's actions.
Sim, é uma
The film
coisa.
pretty firmly comes down on the fact that what they did was wrong, but also acknowledges that the intentions and even the results were simultaneously good. Additionally, failure doesn't mean you should give up. Why do we fall? So we learn to pick ourselves back up. Batman falls at the end of the previous film, and even though he did so with good intentions, taking down Dent, who had gone entirely off the deep end, the events of this movie challenge him to give up. For 8 years, he stops trying and gives in to apathy, and it allows something far, far worse to fester as Bane engineers his scheme under the surface. At the same time, Batman's apathy allows his injured body to literally atrophy. Batman then faces a far greater struggle to pull himself out of the apathy, climb out of the hole, find that hope, and overcome a force that is there to just prey on that same apathy. Because this is something that is built for 8 years. It's a lot more difficult for him to do what he needs to do than if Bane had arrived the day after Harvey Dent's death. Talia and Bane are extensions of Ra's al Ghul. Just like Bruce Wayne is, all three found themselves in a pit early in their lives, and their experiences in the pit defined their outlook. Talia was left for dead there by her father. Bane was torn apart by the people inside, and both aligned themselves with the monster inside the pit. Bruce was instead able to split himself from the monster and use it as a tool, not only to escape, but in his life afterwards as Batman. rather than as an ideology. The dichotomy of how these similar experiences shaped these different characters can even be outlined on a basic visual level. The image of Roz coming down and raiding the well looks similar to the shot of Thomas coming down and saving Bruce from the well. Thomas is imbued by optimism. Roz is the opposite. Thomas was a doctor who actually saved lives. Roz is a warlord who thinks he's saving lives by taking them. He views people as growths to be cut away. He doesn't see individual people, he just sees large swings. Rather than symptoms of the problem, Roz sees them as the problem. He's not a doctor, he's trying to get rid of the symptom by eradicating the entire organism. And if Thomas is analogous to Raz, then it would make sense that Talia would be analogous to Bruce. They're both inspired by their words and so on. And then there's Bane. Bruce adopted the dark. He was born in it, molded by it. Bane is the actual monster that Batman pretends to be. And whatever terrified Bruce in that well is literally what Talia found in the pit as a child. Talia and Bane, therefore, represent the exact opposite of Batman in that he is optimism personified. They are pessimism or cynicism. Batman never gives up, even if everything has failed. Talia and Bane believe in cutting your losses, even if that means nuking a city, and they don't believe in the inherent goodness of people where Batman does. They are a necessary evil for the story, because these people have ruined Gotham, so they are inherently bad. Now, we have to do a bad thing in order to right their wrong. Again, Batman refuses to give up on people. Batman fights for those little moments of humanity. That's why he remembers Gordon putting a coat over his shoulder to comfort him as a kid right before he goes off to sacrifice himself and save the city. Talia and Bane utterly lack such humanity. Ultimately, if Bane is what Batman is based on, then Talia is a reflection of Bruce Wayne. Even beyond the villains of the film, the authorities of Gotham serve as an impediment to Batman. There's a discussion to be had about
Billie Jean being my mama. Just a woman who says I'm the moon, baby, my son. Sweet jeans, back my...
Sabe o que acontece quando sobra comida no restaurante? Está ótima, só não foi vendida. Depois do ritual, podes comprá-la no mesmo.
There's a discussion to be had about how over-policed Gotham is, and the careless dispatch of the entire force to one location after Gordon is shot shows how uninterested in doing their actual jobs they are. They're completely self-interested, and revenge against a cop killer is the only thing that would divert their attention away from protecting the wealthy elite at the stock exchange. Recent events have made the image of Batman in the climax leading cops into battle tough and an unfortunate thing. The film presents a scenario that feels like a fantasy 10 years later. Cops have to actually fight for the people instead of serving a master. But in this particular scenario, it's less the police being redeemed and this idea that Batman is rallying the people, the police, to do the right thing, do what it is they swore an oath to do. The first two films are so deeply skeptical of the system that the police exist within, so it can be jarring to see what almost seems like the opposite sentiment on the surface with The Dark Knight Rises. But the way Nolan was thinking about the film was more symbolically than literally. He's not really thinking about the police as a one-to-one representation of the police in our world. The police in the trilogy exist as an idea. They represent the institutions of Gotham City. They are the police because they're in a position to enforce and represent the power structures of Gotham City. Yeah, Batman teams up with the police, but it's the idea of Batman and the institutions of Gotham banding together that has appeal. Not just Batman plus cops solves all your problems equals good, see you later. It's not quite as literal as it comes across, but the way the film talks about the police and the Dent Act make it clear that a lot of people take umbrage with both, despite their positive aspects. It's the same sort of thing with the Occupy Wall Street stuff.
The Occupy Wall Street movement was right there. We literally had to schedule around them. It was very clear to us at the time that the sympathies of the film were very in tune with the sympathies of that movement. If you want to talk about class in these films, you need to look at The Dark Knight Rises, because Bruce literally has to lose everything and become bankrupt before he can triumph.
Bane comes in and says things that are designed to inspire hope. He's saying stuff that's analogous to a movement that was trying to shake people out of apathy. It was very much intentional. Nolan wasn't trying to say Bane is just like the Occupy movement. He's using Bane as an example of those who will piggyback on sincerely good-intentioned movements in order to distort them and use them for one's own gain. Bane is using the sentiments of Occupy-like movements, ones that he doesn't in actuality care for, in order to wreak his own brand of havoc. Bane doesn't intend to have a valid point overall. He's that serve his ulterior motive. Bane's motivations aren't to fix Gotham, it's just to make people think he's going to fix it for long enough until it all literally blows up, which is ironically precisely what Bane thinks Batman is doing.
I've had as many conversations with people who have seen the film the other way round. We throw a lot of things against the wall to see if it sticks. We put a lot of interesting questions in the air, but that's simply a backdrop for the story. What we're really trying to do is show the cracks of society, show the conflicts that somebody would try to wedge open. We're going to get wildly different interpretations of what the film is supporting and not supporting. But it's not doing any of those things, it's telling a story. If you're saying, have you made a film that's supposed to be criticising the Occupy Wall Street movement? Well, obviously that's not true.
Beyond that, there's more in what inspired this film than just Occupy. Some of the more revolutionary imagery comes from the French Revolution, particularly from A Tale of Two Cities. Because Nolan is using those broader symbols rather than ultra-specific details, you can apply
Acho que está perto de Flat Next Station, deixa só. Onde é que está a Flat Next Station? Onde é que está? Tem aí. Mas eu acho que já tenho, não tenho? Não? Ok, pode ser. Por mim. Por mim pode ser.
Rather than ultra-specific details, you can apply them to the modern day. They're practically timeless. Bane is weaponizing hope. He could have just blown the city up immediately, but instead, he's subjecting Gotham to a form of torture while making them think they have a chance. He doesn't even need a scapegoat. He's just filling your head with these nice ideas to distract people from the fact that he's about to destroy a city.
All of my films, The Dark Knight Rises is the one that's been pushed and pulled in the weirdest number of directions. I think you have to go out of your way to look at the film and attribute it to right-wing characteristics. If anything, it's specifically left-wing. When people listen to Bane and say he sounds like Donald Trump, or that Donald Trump sounds like him, well, it's about a demagogue. He's the bad guy. What was I afraid of when I wrote The Dark Knight Rises? I was afraid of demagoguery. Turns out I was right to be afraid. The film was not supposed to be political. It's not intended to be. It's about primal fears. At the time we were writing, there really was this sense of false calm. Everybody thinks everything's okay. We got through the financial crisis, but there are underlying things brewing that could lead to difficult places. By testing the structures, as the films get to do in a safe and cathartic environment, you're exploring in some ways the dangers of chaos and anarchy. With anarchy in particular, I think, as the prime antagonist of all three films. The idea of a vigilante standing between society and its collapse is a very uncomfortable one for me and for most people. but there's also a certain wish fulfillment to it. You want to believe in heroic figures who can individually tip the balance or inspire people in a particular way. That's the way in which these films were made.
It makes the point succinctly. Just because, for example, Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders might say similar-ish things, or might happen to independently make points that are in the same neighborhood as one another, doesn't make their ideologies the same. You can say the same is true about Bane and the Occupy movement. One makes their points with earnestness, and the other because they have an ulterior motive for eliciting that feeling. The film makes it abundantly clear that Bane is making some valid points, but ultimately, he's making them completely insincerely. It's honestly what makes Bane such a phenomenal villain. As Tom Schoen in the Nolan Variations puts it, in the comic books, Bane is a brute in a brightly colored wrestling mask. In Nolan's interpretation, he's a gas mask revolutionary with the build of a bison and a Vaderish breathing muzzle that turns his oddly cultivated accent into a hideous rasp as he delivers long speeches urging the downtrodden citizens of Gotham to take back control of their city from their rich oppressors. When Bane places a GPS tracker in the jacket of one of his own men, shoots him, and shoves him into the sewer to track Jim Gordon's escape route, his actions perfectly express the film's brutal, neo-Orwellian black wit. The demagoguery is relevant and eerily prescient. Because Bane has such a public persona, he gets to be a real villain. He gets to be a public figure in the way we see public figures. It's cool to see Batman fight some of the villains we may have in our own world, that we do have in our own world. The brawn and the intelligence make him the first Batman villain who is a physical mirror to Batman. Batman is smart and a ninja. Bane is more of both. He's a super genius, and he literally breaks Batman. He's everything Batman is physically, placing him therefore as this what might have been kind of version of Batman. The Batman that had stayed with the League of Shadows and fulfilled his mission, being an enforcer for this horrible death cult. As Tom Schoen in the Nolan Variations puts it, we take Gotham from the corrupt and give it to you, the people. Bane cooes with hurling musicality as the rich are hauled before kangaroo court.
Number of directions. I think...
And over. Este está a ficar estúpido. Na verdade não, vamos para a Emerald Station. Emerald. Eu estava a pensar que isto ia demorar muito mais para chegar lá, mas não.
This is the one that's been pushed and pulled in the weirdest number of directions. I think you have to go out of your way to look at what...
Ultimately, he's making them completely insincere. The downtrodden citizens of Gotham to take back control of Zona. He gets to be a real villain. He gets to be a public figure in the way we see public figures. Genius, and he literally breaks Batman. He's everything Batman is physically, placing him therefore as this what might have been kind of version of Batman. The Batman that had stayed with the League of Shadows and fulfilled his mission, being an enforcer for this horrible death cult. As Tom Schoen in the Nolan Variations puts it, we take Gotham from the corrupt and give it to you, the people. Bane with hurling musicality as the rich are hauled before kangaroo courts, Nolan does to Gotham what he did to Leonard Shelby in Memento. He puts an entire city in solitary confinement. A Dr. Zhivago-like snowfall further isolates the city, marking the beginning of a long winter, which means that Bane's big climactic brawl with Batman, his blows as fast and furious as Tyson's, comes lightly dusted with snow, of the same kind that Bruce trudged through to get to the League of Shadows' monastery in the first film, which seems to flurry sideways as much as down. Even Nolan's snowflakes don't know which way is up. On top of all of that, Tom Hardy and the sound design, the costume design, everything about him is impeccable. He's very tempered, almost like an English gentleman trapped inside the Incredible Hulk. He's so poised and mannered and calm, even when he's threatening. It's what makes him terrifying before the brutality comes out, and then a nightmare once it finally does. The first we see of Bane, once he has arrived in Gotham, is his Bat, sitting crouched on his knees in the darkness of his lair in the city's underground sewer system. His muscles are thrown into relief by the overhead light, appearing sculpted against the surrounding darkness, like Brando's bald head in Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now. Hardy offsets and highlights Bane's brutality with similarly feline strokes of delicacy. The little finger twitch before killing, the proprietorial hand he lays on the shoulder of daggers before breaking his neck, or his appreciation for the voice of a boy singing the Star-Spangled Banner prior to a football game.
That's a lovely, lovely voice,
he remarks, before launching the citywide explosives attack that brings Gotham to its knees. Thus, does Hardy suggest that Bane is a civilized brute, or rather, civilization's brute? The unpaid debt civilization must pay for its heedlessness, risen to manhandle its finery. Every time Bane lashes out, it's measured. It's one of the most accurate representations of psycho.
Depois do descenso mortal, o colesterol pode aumentar até 15%.
Mais bocadinho?
Ah, sim, pois claro. There we go.
Ok.
Psychopathy in a cinematic villain. He's in control.
Não, pá, porque isto tem Amor Rush e não é Antwoord, pá.
At the end, when Batman breaks his mask, and then he only sees red, which is terrifying in its own right. Heath Ledger's Joker is a once-in-a-lifetime performance, and nothing will come close to topping that. He's also harder to ignore, and he's in the film more. But with Bane, there's a similar magnetism. He commands the scenes he's in. They're in the same vein. They're both great villains, but Bane being more of a mirror to Batman echoes how some of the greatest Bond villains, Bond perhaps being the film property that most inspired the Dark Knight trilogy, are often a mirror of Bond. The Dark Knight Rises is almost like Nolan's Bond film. Batman operates like an agent who will stop at nothing to accomplish his mission, and the whole way along will do it his way. There's even a relationship dynamic between Bane and Talia, from their shared experience in the pit to their twisted and pseudo-romantic bond that echoes Electra King and Renard in The World Is Not Enough. Even on a surface level, there are entire segments of the film, action set pieces, ripped right from Bond. The opening with the inverted jet is right out of License to Kill. Bane's plot to kidnap a scientist to achieve massive scale destruction in a direct attack against the hero's home base, Batman's Gotham to Bond's London, is ripped right from a mixture of Thunderball and Goldeneye. Tom Schoen also addresses this in the Nolan Variations. The prologue, in which Bane and his men ensnare a turboprop plane with a C-130 Hercules transport plane, is a classic bit of vehicle-on-vehicle abduction straight out of Bond. Like the space shuttle that swallows another space shuttle in You Only Live Twice, but no Bond villain was ever as detailed when it comes to the fine print of his plan. Missiles are only the first step to prove our powers, says Dr. No, but what the next steps are after he's messed up the launch of the US space shuttle using an atomic radio beam are a blank. In a matter of hours, when America and Russia have annihilated each other, we shall see a new power rule the world. Prose Ernst Stavro Blofeld in You Only Live Twice, but what the system of governments is to be, some capitalist-communist hybrid, perhaps, remains unspecified. In The Dark Knight Rises, we get blueprints, fine print, a plan for civic takeover detailed down to its last nut, bolt, and rivet. One of the most Bondian aspects of the film, though, is the ending. The idea of Batman going away and getting to live a normal life is the ending that James Bond wants, not typically what Batman wants. moments. I know the ending can be controversial for a lot of people, but hear me out. The final 10 minutes or so of this film are perfect. More than that, they're really the only way this trilogy could have concluded. It's the fulfillment of Batman being a symbol of hope and justice rather than the vessel through which they're delivered. Batman is no longer Bruce Wayne. Batman is an idea. This allows Bruce to separate himself from the icon he created. Batman is no longer a person. Batman is a mantle. Batman becomes immortal. The characters, even Bruce, all watch Batman die. Definitively.
Eu não sei como é que ele
People get hung
sobreviveu.
up on specifics like Cotillard's performance during Talia's death scene, or how there's no way Bruce could have ever escaped the jet before the explosion, but they ignore the intent in the process. Nolan deliberately manipulates time with the ending. There's no way Bruce could have ever... The characters, even Bruce, all watch Batman die. Definitively. People get hung up on specifics like Cotillard's performance during Talia's death scene, or how there's no way Bruce could have ever escaped the jet before the explosion, but they ignore the intent in the process. Nolan deliberately manipulates time with the ending, creating a disorientation as we see this event play out from the POV of every important person in this trilogy. There are moments that are played from Blake's point of view, from Gordon's, of course from that of Bruce, but the POV switches almost from shot to shot. There's supposed to be confusion, obfuscation around this moment. Bruce arranged it as such. And for those of you who can't accept that, remember that Batman flat out tells Gordon and Catwoman that there's no autopilot, and then Lucius Fox's final scene spells the real truth out. Bruce engineered the autopilot to ensure that he could get out safely, and so he does. He's far away from that bomb when it actually goes off, and the explosion is so massive and probably too dangerous to ever go near that no one would ever be able to verify that his body was or wasn't there. But even beyond the logic of the scene, that dreaded word that is used so often as a dismissal for great drama, but it's especially frustrating here when the logic issues are based on falsehoods, even beyond the Bondian inspirations, is one of the most moving and captivating endings to a film ever. It begins with how Bruce tells Gordon who he really is. The way that Hans Zimmer composes this scene, using the same musical cue for Gordon's flashback that he did in Batman Begins scene that it's lifted from, combines with Gary Oldman doing pitch-perfect work to create one of the defining moments of the entire trilogy. And in the wake of Batman's sacrifice, everyone gets the final note that they deserve. Alfred is given the space to mourn the person who matters most to him, before, in an immensely satisfying moment, being given the real closure he deserves. The ending for Bruce that he always wished for. Gordon is morose between Batman's sacrifice and an uncertainty about Gotham's future. But then he gets his reassurance in the form of a new bat signal. The silent understanding that Gotham will have a watchful protector once again. Which brings us to Blake. Because he is the character Nolan ends this entire story on. Throughout the film, Blake struggles with the corruption and injustice present in Gotham, and he can't take working for the system. He finds the manipulation of dense ghosts distasteful, especially upon seeing that Batman and Gordon only enacted change by lying and creating a police state. This motivates him to operate outside the lines, to work towards something better, more just. That's why he's the best possible successor to Bruce Wayne, and Bruce knew it. He knew Blake would rise to the challenge of continuing the legacy and making Gotham a better place. He knew he would find the cave and embrace his destiny, and that brings everything full circle. It leaves us in the same place that we were when Bruce Wayne returned to Gotham after his time with the League of Shadows, and while a poorly executed full circle moment might be a source of eye-rolling, this particular one is pitch perfect. Blake rises into the darkness, and Christopher Nolan closes off the greatest film trilogy with the greatest trilogy ending. And I guess that brings us back to...
This is the Shopify dashboard, and go to the product section. Now, you're going to click on Add Product. You're going to need to fill in the product information. This next...
Well, me. I was still a teenager when Christopher Nolan unleashed The Dark Knight Rises. I was getting ready to go into my senior year of high school, actually. For more than a third of my life at that point, I watched the most intricate, captivating version of the Batman mythos ever to unfold on the big screen. I literally grew up with these movies. I saw Batman Begins with my dad in a theater and had my mind blown as I was introduced to the greatness of Christopher Nolan and that Batman could be cool. You could take him seriously. And that it was okay to like a character like that and fall in love with superhero cinema. And my overall love of cinema was not only shaped while, but was shaped because I was seeing Nolan at work with each subsequent entry. And that kind of emotional attachment can't be understated. It can't be ignored, and it's a part of me. So, do I have a bias? You bet I do. Is my overwhelmingly positive appraisal of all three of these films colored by that? Hell yeah, it is. But you know what? At the same time, after all of the times I have seen all three of these films, I think Nolan earned the love. I don't just think he stuck the landing with The Dark Knight Rises. I think he created a genuine masterpiece. From Batman Begins through to The Dark Knight, and finally this ending, built upon and bettered his own work with each subsequent entry. Nolan might think that The Dark Knight Rises is his most underrated film, but I'll go a step further. It's one of the most underappreciated films, period, especially considering what they did, the risks they took, making a sequel to what's largely considered to be the greatest comic book film of all time, and the ambitions and the chances they took along with it. There's so much unfounded hate that this film gets, especially for the bad logic of its ending, that I think is not only overstated, but borderline wrong. There's so much negativity directed at his film that is based in falsehoods. And even with that aside, I get that art is subjective. I do. And you're free to dislike this film all you want, just as I'm free to love this film to pieces. But I've seen The Dark Knight Rises dozens of times. It hits me right in the heart every time. To me, I find it wonderfully difficult to imagine someone not being moved. So here's to Christopher Nolan. Here's to the perfect movie trilogy. And here's to the greatest example, the Dark Knight trilogy, and the finale that cemented it as such.
Here we are, all in one piece too.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Mr. Sinclair? Whoa.
Oh, hello. Can I help you?
I'm sorry for intruding. Mrs. Sinclair?
Yes. How did you know?
I was looking for your husband.
My husband? He's dead. He's been dead since just before Francis was born 1 year ago.
Your husband, Francis, is dead.
No, this is Francis. My husband, Tom, is dead.
I'm a little confused.
Yes, I think you are. What was your name?
It ain't important. Excuse me.
Mas que merda foi esta, bro?
O mundo do entretenimento espera por si. É o Betano Cassino Show com Cristo.
Estás a gozar? Ah.
My girl.
No, this isn't happening. There's no reason for me to go on. For what? What am I fighting for? Que é isto, bro? Come on. A sério que esta missão é bué da longa? Hã?
Is that all?
Hey, Minka, can you help me? Please help me. A damn horse died on me and my legs. You got the double in you.
Hah? Obrigado, Carol. Muito útil.
Come on, girl. One more time. Come on. Hello, girl.
Só ver uma coisa. Ah, pá. Vamos dormir. Encontras tanto que eu nem vejo. Caraças, por favor, diz-me onde é que está.
Slow now.
Tal o salvar o jogo e carregá-lo. Mas eu não acho que é este que o jogo quer. Ah, está ali um que eu quero, mas espera. Deixa eu só ver. Here on Plumes, Lady Sleeper, Moccasin. Achava que a luz tinha ido abaixo. Pássaro. Ok, eu tenho que estudar o Reddish Egret.
Good girl. Let's go.
Ovos. Eu vou precisar deles eventualmente, por isso. Ai, ai.
What's the fuss, old girl?
Ah, pá. Ah. Ah, que lindo. Ah, pá. Mais ovos. Yeah, freaking on a Friday night. Yeah, freaking on a Friday night. Eu já estou farto de ver esta animação. É, pois esqueci de fazer aquilo. Ah, cavalo, foda uma cobra, a sério.
Let's go, girl. You got this, girl.
Não parecem animais que me pareçam à noite. Ah. Não. Ah. Fogo. RDR2 Exotic Mission 1.
We will make Arthur great again.
You okay? Oh. Tacitus Kilgore.
How can I help you? Oh, Wanderer.
Well, very demanding.
Did you forget about this one? Because I wish I did. This was the most wasted potential and the most boring of everything we've covered so far. Capsule Monsters is a 12-episode miniseries commissioned by 4Kids. Okay, this is the most cynical way possible. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is riding its high right now, and Pokemon's equally as popular, so they made a series that's basically just an amalgamation of the two, and throw in some aspects of Digimon as well, but we'll get more into that later. Like I already said, it's supposed to be a 12-episode miniseries, but the box says that it is a feature-length film. Well, that's odd. I'm using the movie version for this video because it was the only one that I found that did have watermarks and wasn't high enough quality. I compared the first 22 minutes of the movie with the first episode of the show, and they seem to be just the same. But the wiki said the movie is a compilation of the first 6 episodes edited together for a more seamless storyline. So if I don't cover anything and you guys are like, well, why didn't you talk about this? That's because it's not in the movie version. The movie opens up to Yugi walking down a smoky dark hallway, where he then sees the pharaoh get grabbed by a big shadowy monster that for some reason sounds like Big the Cat. As Yugi's leaving his house, he makes a remark that his grandfather should have been back from his trip already. It then cuts to Joey overhearing an advertisement for a chance to win a trip to India. The next few minutes play out very similar to the first episode of the show. Fading to the classroom, having Yugi introduce the kid they're playing. Instead of Blue Monsters, this time it's Capsule Monsters. And instead of Joey playing against Yugi, it's Taya. Surprisingly to nobody, Joey won the contest because they have to have a reason for them to be there in the first place to run into Yugi's grandfather. Their plane on the way to India crashes, and the gang says the pilots are sending out a distress signal, yet we never see them again. So I wanted to assume that they died and 4Kids censored this, but when I went to go fact check it, apparently the Wikia says the original Japanese version of this series has not been made public. Despite never being aired in Japan, it's included on Studio Gal's website with the title Yu-Gi-Oh! Alex. Wait a second, this is all starting to make sense. 4Kids commissioned, catchable monsters, bland white characters tagging along with the team. 4Kids commissioned self-insert fanfiction for Americans. Holy shit.
Alexander the Great, of course.
Fun fact, did you know? My father named me after Alexander the Great. Man, was he really disappointed. I really don't want to blatantly accuse 4Kids of copying Pokemon, but there are a lot of jarring similarities that are really hard to ignore. Their monsters are stored in small little devices. They fire them out yelling, go, or I choose you, or come forth. Having their monsters do random made-up moves like Yugi telling Jungle Guardian to use Spiral Sword and attack. When they said monsters are in danger or getting hurt, they call them back with a laser beam, return them back into their small device. Pokemon at the time was also riding the high in their last 2 films. Lucario and the Mystery of Mew grossed $37 million in the box office. It was top 4 domestically for 6 weeks in Japan. For the first 3 weeks, it was second worldwide. Tessie Deoxys the year prior grossed $34 million. It was the #1 animated film that year in Japan. If you're going to take anything away from what I just said, is that Japan fucking loves Lucario, and I don't understand why. Other than this, it doesn't really have any more similarities with Pokemon. It actually has a lot more with the first season of Digimon. Specifically, the first 30 minutes of this movie and the first 3 episodes of the Digimon show. The gang is separated in the forest where they encounter the first monsters and their first monsters. Attacked by a giant flying enemy. Attacked on the beach by a sea creature. Learning about how their monsters' powers work through these encounters. Attacked while camping at night. Again, I'm not saying they blatantly copied Digimon. These concepts and ideas aren't exactly that original to begin with, but this is just more food for thought. A disclaimer that this next one is going to be a little repetitive throughout this video because I'm going to keep mentioning it where I see that it comes up. Is that this did not need to be 12 episodes / a 3-hour long film. once they get into Capsule Monster Land, they spend nearly 20 fucking minutes fighting their first enemies they encounter. Because they keep doing this stupid fucking thing that every poorly paced show does, is where they cut away from characters before they actually finish what they're doing, or at least get to a good part to get away from them. It starts with Yugi getting separated from Tay and Tristan, then it cuts to Joy getting grabbed by the bird thing, then it cuts back to Tay and Tristan reaching the beach, then it cuts to Yugi fighting off the insect, getting Celtic Guardian, then a slapstick humor with Joey in the bird's nest, where he gets Baby Dragon, then Tay and Tristan getting attacked on the beach, then Yugi fighting the trees in the forest, then Joey in the cave, and back to the beach. You see how repetitive this is getting? We're getting fucking nowhere. Only after the 33-minute mark do the characters actually get together again. Why not just let them complete their fucking tasks before cutting between each other? Because you have so much fucking wasted time. This is supposed to be the cut down version? In the original 12 episodes, does that mean that there's like 20 fucking more minutes of them fighting? The thing I kept thinking throughout this movie was, who made the Capsule Monsters game exactly? Was it Pegasus, or was this another Duke Devlin-esque thing where he got the approval? Because Celtic Guardian is in it. Is this another case of... Or is Celtic Guardian some sort of public domain character like Robin Hood, where anyone can use them? Are they some sort of folk tale of old, or a great hero from the past? Well, at least Joey can reproduce now. Really glad to see they put all that budget into making that fluid hand animation. Oh my fucking god, what did they do to Karibo? He looks like he's fucking melting. It's like Pikachu from that new fucking Sun and Moon episode. So this whole time Grandpa had summoned Skull, why didn't he use it when they were getting attacked in the woods at night? Or when he was being frozen solid in the temple? They had to abandon all their shit, leave it all behind. That includes their food. You'd think he'd be like, well, I bet he used this thing. I guess I really can't hold too much against him. It's probably just a dimension set again. So while Yugi's inside trying to solve the latest part of their puzzle to return back home, the rest of the gang has to fight off 4 statues which become reanimated. They introduced earlier that the characters take damage when their monsters are hit. The slightest slap knocked them to the ground earlier, but now when Joey's monsters are getting punched through the earth, the hands are getting wrung out like a used washcloth. All they do is slightly stagger and go... They managed to complete the quest just in the nick of time, and Yugi got his new gold armor. They don't exactly know what it does yet, though, and they get magically transported to the middle of the desert. They then have another bloated fight scene in said desert, fighting worms during a sandstorm. This is basically the same scene from the first filler in Season 1. This whole scene pretty much exists just so you get confused with Dark Magician Digimon Frontier style. We're now about an hour and 22 minutes into this 3-hour film, and I was so fucking bored until the best character showed up. Man, he just oozes aesthetic.
How about paying attention instead of complaining? Joey's right. They'll punch me and do what I do.
This is probably the only funny joke they've had so far, and I haven't brought it up, but they have non-stop attempted to insert unfunny jokes. Like in Season 4, the show touched on some interesting ideas, but never really went anywhere with them. Last time it was about Rex and Weevil trying to accept the fact that they became washed up in has-beens, and that Yugi took their place as excellent duelists, and they had to live with the fact that they were bad and no one liked them anymore after their popularity ended. The people that hung out with them weren't really their friends, they were just with them because of the popularity. This time, it's actually something that I brought up and complained about in the past. In my Season 3 Part 2 video, I complained about how Yugi is basically God in this fucking universe. No matter what everyone does, in the end, Yugi is always going to win. There's literally no other reason to have any other character in this show, because at the end of the day, Yugi is going to defeat the bad guy. They sideline other characters' potential just so Yugi can win, like where Joey had the ability to beat Merrick, but they bullshit let him lose so Yugi can get motivated and defeat Merrick in the final battle. Tristan actually shows some real character in this. He's frustrated that he can't do anything and always has to rely on Yugi to do everything and save him at the end of the day. Right as when they're about to actually start acknowledging this and give these characters some development, they quickly sweep it under the rug going, Tristan, you thought of something this time, good job. And then they go back to being cheerleaders and existing only to power up Yugi for the final fight. So the second half of this movie starts, and yes, there is a credit sequence after the hour and 30-minute mark. So maybe this is disc 2 for the physical version. They're now climbing up a volcano to destroy the Edgelord's sword, or Chaos Blade, I don't fucking remember what it was called. Joey gets separated from the group and falls onto Red Eyes' back, and then he merges with it, becoming the Lord of Red again. Remember the Lord power to red, that thing that he used that one time in the Orichalcos arc that was actually cool. Of course, he's now been possessed by it, he's evil, and he has to fight Yugi. Where the first half drew parallels from Digimon Adventures 1, the second half draws a lot of parallels between Digimon Frontier. The whole fusing with your monsters and wearing them like a suit of armor, a main character having to fight a friend/family member who is now possessed by their evil armor. The final boss of the show is a giant gold monster, and all of the main characters have to put their faith and power into the main character where they become an over-designed mess. Albeit the designs for the final monster and the final character form in Digimon were a lot better than this. With all that said, let's see when Digimon Frontier came out. Oh. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Again, I'll preface this by stating that I don't think 4K just blatantly copied these things. These ideas aren't that original to begin with. I just have a hard time not seeing this as a cash grab where they're just taking a lot of ideas from the other main competitors and mashing them into their own thing to try to sell more product. You definitely won't be hearing me complaining about taking influences from Digimon Frontier, because I think that's probably the best Digimon out there. This is where I really start to think that the show's wasted potential starts bleeding through. They have the ability to have any monster they wanted the characters to have. Tristan had the freedom because he isn't a duelist, so he doesn't have anything already pre-assigned to him. Sadly, Joey and Yugi just had to use fucking Dark Magician, Celtic Guardian, and anything else they fucking used before. Because, that's the thing they'll already use. I know what that is. I clapped when I saw it. Considering how the show is just a 22-minute advertisement for the card game, and this is just a 3-hour-long advertisement, you'd think they want to show off more things. Especially since Old Day Yu-Gi-Oh! Had a lot of really weird and bizarre designs. So after they free Joey, he then has Red Eyes as his own capsule monster. But now he doesn't have the ability to do the combat armor thing like Yugi does. Why not? Why is that a thing only Yugi can do? Wouldn't it be really interesting and cool to have all the characters fused with their own monsters? Basically just fully embrace the Saint Seiya bullshit, no? Okay, I guess not. So much for seeing cool things. Tristan got so mad that what he thought was a giant melon turned out to be a bug. He said,
Besides, impersonating produce is not cool.
É bom ver como o dinheiro funciona de várias formas, com a XTV. Porque a XTV oferece muitas oportunidades de investimento. Ei, mesmo para as suas poupanças. A escolha é sua.
It's not cool.
So after about 15 minutes of aimlessly walking around lost in a maze, they manage to find their way out, solving the puzzle, which warps them right back to their campsite. That's convenient. Alexander the Great then walks up to the camp and goes, "Yo, I'm Alexander the Great. Let me tell you some backstory you're gonna forget about, because it's filler." They then go to the next area, where they stop a girl from being executed and sacrificed to Blue Eyes White Dragon. The townspeople tell them, well, if you manage to kill the fucking dragons that are killing our people, then we don't have to kill this kid. So the gang splits up and kills the dragons individually. Of course, they all then form to be fucking five-headed dragon. The stupid thing that's in every fucking filler arc. Why is this the boss or the penultimate enemy? Could they not use anything else? Why is it always five-headed dragon? Fuck. This is the fourth fucking time. I don't get 4Kids' hard-on for this monster. Yugi then infuses with Blue Eyes White Dragon, becomes prototype Necros of Brionic, and then kills him in one hit. Wow, such a fucking great enemy. After defeating Five-Headed Dragon, Alexander the Great explains to them how his personality split when he put on the Millennium Ring. He stoles away in Grandpa's body, kind of like how Yami does with the Millennium Puzzle as they go back to their world and confront Alexander, the Doctor. Of course, it's not gonna happen, because we still got 40 fucking more minutes of this movie. The evil half has his stereotypical villain monologue saying, "I thought the real me was too weak. I'm the now real me." I know it would have been just as equally generic and cliche, but I kind of would have liked it if Alexander was just evil to begin with. So now they have to fight evil Alexander in Space Olympus, and the last 30 minutes is just mindless fighting that goes nowhere. It gets so boring instantly, it's probably worse than the Anakin versus Obi-Wan fight during Episode 3. It just goes on for so long that I'm just so desensitized and bored. The most notable and interesting thing to happen during this 30-minute fight is that evil Alexander summons quote-unquote,
Well, in the board game, it's practically indestructible.
which can read minds, so no one could ever land a hit on it. But when they try to read Yami's mind, he just gets trapped in the puzzle's labyrinth, because his mind is tied to the puzzle, which I'm pretty sure they've done before in the show already. But even then, it's still the most interesting and creative thing they've done so far. Seriously, what happened to the whole you getting hurt if your monster takes damage? Flamestorm and just fucking die. Why exactly does he scream Yu-Gi-Oh here? As all hope seems lost, everyone puts their faith into Yami, and he becomes the most overly designed character this show has ever seen. It's fucking hideous. But now it gives him the strength to beat Alexander's golden Lego monster, and the day is saved. This is just such a bloated fucking mess. This did not need to be 12 episodes. This could have been a 4-parter at most. There's so much just fluff and meaningless crap that just extends the runtime. The season 1 failure did what Capsule Monsters set out to do in 3 episodes. In some horrible nightmare timeline, this is what inspired the Gods of Egypt. You know, that movie that was voted the worst movie of 2016? Huh, that looks oddly familiar. Oh no. Maybe I'll eventually do a video on that, but that's a story for another time. Thank you for watching, guys. I hope you did enjoy this video. I'm going to say this now, but I'm going to be doing everything Home Berserk 2017 before I start on Season 5. I know I've been putting it off a lot, and I'm sorry for that, but I hope you guys do understand, because I do want it to be the best possible outcome. There's a lot of things I do have planned for the finale, and I hope you guys are excited. So again, thanks for watching, and see you next time. Netflix's Death Note is a movie no one asked for, and no one wanted to see. It stars people who think they're actors. I watched this movie twice for this video. Sadly, one of those times I was sober. I also roped 2 of my friends into watching it with me. Sadly, they both committed suicide after the second viewing. Everyone in this movie is a mess. Her character's written to be so smart they make an awfully lot of dumb decisions. To be fair to this movie, we're going to judge it on its own merit, so I'm trying to not compare it to the original anime as much as possible, even though it's pretty hard considering this is an adaptation of it. So let's get those issues out of the way right up front. Everyone cast in this movie is awful, except for Willem Dafoe. Nat Wolff, yes, the Nat Wolff that played in the Naked Brothers band, plays Light Yagami, or Light Turner as they like to call him in this movie. They make it very apparent that he is Light Turner, because every time someone refers to him, they refer to him as Light Turner. Light Turner. Light Turner. Light Turner. Or in any scene where his name is written, it's Light Turner in big bold letters to remind you that this isn't that Mia movie shit. This is that hardcore, Oscar-worthy American stuff. This is Mia, Light's girlfriend. She looks uncomfortable in every scene she's in. She has no character traits other than being a cunt. This movie's also visually hideous, barring about 3 scenes where they had some interesting camera angles. Man, for a place on the West Coast, you'd think the range would be really useful for all those forest fires. Forest fires. The first 30 minutes feels like it's made by a pretentious film student. Everything is in Dutch angle. To establish that Light is a genius, they show him complete half of somebody's Chapter 8 algebra quiz for $5. How this person expects to turn it in after taking it outside of the classroom is beyond me. Just like any other poorly made movie that takes place in high school, teachers are only around when convenient for the plot. Like the fact that there's no gym teachers or coaches around during a football practice, so the main love interest is free to smoke as much as she wants on the field. Light is a bona fide white knight, so the fact that the kid's getting bullied is important to him, but as soon as a girl gets shoved by an asshole, he immediately runs over and starts screaming at the top of his lungs. That'll sure make him what? He then acts like a pretentious know-it-all, throwing out all of the bully's insecurities and flaws, the white knight that he is, and proceeds to get punched in the face. Like I said earlier, now that it's convenient for the plot, the teacher shows up, but instead of actually caring that a kid is unconscious on the ground, they only care about the papers that fell out of his bag. Hey, wait a second. If all of them were drawn on with pen and they're all ruined like this in the rain, wouldn't all the ink be smeared? To show that Light lives in an unfair society, he is reprimanded for cheating on the tests, and they completely gloss over the fact that he was beaten up. You could really tell if this is a work of fiction by the fact that these teachers don't care that a white boy's been punched in the face. Don't worry, okay, we got 2 weeks of detention, instead of being possibly suspended or expelled or what have you. This movie also has no idea how to do transitions, so every time he needs to get from one scene to another, something will walk in front of the camera and wipe to the next one. They also don't really seem to care that he sleeps during his detention. They briefly mention that he'll add a day if he falls asleep, even though he already was, so why didn't they just say, you get another day? After this, the teacher magically disappears because she's no longer needed for the plot. Also for convenience, to set up the fact that Luke likes apples, Light has one on his desk, because instead of writing Ryuk with any discernible character traits in this other than being an asshole who laughs a lot and is barely in the movie, actually. They're just going to use something that was in the anime. He then proceeds to read out rules that are only important right now for the plot because the movie expects the people who are watching this to be complete morons. Apparently in Light's high school, the history room and the science room double over. If they wanted to have all this shit fly around for Ryuk's introduction, why not just have it as a science room instead of having presidential pictures and stuff on the wall?
Ma caralho!
Set designers. I don't see how the movie is supposed to have us take this character seriously as our main character to be cool and badass, because that's how they frame it after this. Since the CG for Ryuk is so awful, Ryuk is actually almost never in focus, even when he's the subject of a shot. It's really sad you have to ignore basic filming techniques to mask how terrible your character looks. At this point, you might as well just put him on with bow and makeup. He almost looks like Ryuk as it is. To further solidify that this is a work of fiction, a white girl is getting bullied outside of school and no one is doing anything about it. You think the Death Note has spell check? What would happen if Light spelled decapitation wrong? Now I'm going to play the death scene of the bully alongside a clip from Final Destination. You have to choose which one is which. If you pick the scene on the right, then you're wrong. That's from Final Destination. At some points in the movie, I started speculating that maybe this was originally a Final Destination film, and they were like, well, no one's going to see these anymore, so let's slap Death Note on it and give it to Netflix. The kids will love it. Everyone must be so busy with the bully's decapitation that Light was able to just leave this room a fucking mess, and no repercussions happened to him. I guess I gotta give the movie some props. The blood looked okay. The effect of the kid's head roll looked fine. It's really unfortunate that they used this one scene to mass market the movie. Every trailer was this specific scene, and that's it. It's almost like this is the only interesting thing to happen in it. To further exemplify that Light comes from a broken home and has a shitty life, he lives right next to a train track. Also, his mother's dead. Somehow they have UK-based barbecue sauce for dinner. Next, they're gonna show Light eating a Kinder Egg. Hopefully it fucking chokes on the little shit. For no conceivable notion, Light decides to share what his book does and all of the powers it has with this random girl. They decide to change the fact that if you touch the book, you'll be able to see Ryuk. This will come into play later, so just keep this in mind.
The fact that Light is the kind of guy who can see the card, he's kind of, makes him entirely unfuckable already.
Not only is Light a white knight, he's also a keyboard crusader, and he demonstrates this to her by whipping out his Alienware laptop.
I really don't like the inconsistent lighting in this scene. It just doesn't feel right. It feels like there's like a binary between them, or like it's green screen. It's not though, but the color intensities just are too variable. Well, wouldn't it be more indicative for perspective then? You can also sort of Japanese.
Did you know, in Irish, one of the last Celtic languages, Kira, spelled like this, actually translates to dark. It also doesn't translate to light at all in Russian. So good job with that one, guys. You really did it there. This comes off to me that they're really embarrassed to claim this is of Japanese origin. So they claim this translates into other things as well to mask the fact that it is. God forbid we look like weeaboos. How come no one's wearing gloves here? The only person wearing gloves in this scene is the cameraman. He's the one who needs to be wearing gloves the least. Without being a genius and all, you think he'd know proper procedure for crime scenes. To show the audience that Al is an eccentric weirdo, he eats nothing but candy. He also says he's been awake for over 41 hours. Wait a second, I've seen those glasses before. Enhanced.
Hey, easy.
Apparently also in Light School, people still pass notes, instead of using their cell phones like everyone else does. Maybe this is such an old tactic the teacher won't even notice, like the fact that she looks directly at the paper and does nothing about it right here.
But I believe depth understanding.
States that Light's alcoholic father is the best person to be working with the case with him for the first and only time. Max Payne uses his mind pills. Well, why would you choose me over anybody else? But hell, he swings to something else because he has no reason to base this opinion on.
Awesome. Or the fact that Brody Scientology.
So you're going to base your theory that Kira is in Seattle on the fact that his talk screen came back negative? He held his family up with a machine gun and then saluted in the middle of the street. You don't think, maybe he could have just been crazy. I don't know. He could have just had a mental illness. Nope, this was the work of Kira. I think these scenes are here to build tension, but all I'm getting out of this is that Wolf can't make a single different face, because every single scene he looks the same. Luckily, Light has the wind on his side, which informs him that he's being followed, so his disguise is putting on sunglasses.
I would actually like it if she fucked someone else. He looks like a fucking cunt. Like, yeah, actually, if you go back and look at the face that he made when she asked that, he got really excited.
Why would they suddenly be looking at these people? They're just walking into a building. There's nothing special about them.
There's so many rules in it. There must be some kind of loophole or something.
This doesn't sound incriminating or suspicious at all. You're just running through the hallways like this. It would actually make sense for people to turn and look at them while they're running through the halls yelling, unlike when the kid and her mother decided to turn and look at the people who were just walking into a building. In Light's infinite wisdom, he discerns that Ryuk is the one behind killing the cops, even though in every scene we've seen of him, for the few times he's actually in the movie, he seems completely ambivalent. He doesn't actually care about using the book at all. He just wants to see how the humans use it. He even tells him earlier, if he doesn't want to have anything to do with the book, just leave it somewhere, let someone find it, and then 7 days later you will no longer be the owner. Apparently, there's no red lights going on in Light's head by the fact that Misa wants to kill his father, and then tries to guilt trip him by bringing up his mother in a completely unrelated conversation. You might want to be careful, El. If you stay up for multiple days and eat nothing but candy, you're going to end up looking like this. After Light has his argument with Misa, he decides to go to a local cafe, where he reads a book he found with art of Ryuk from the Endo period. Why he has this book and how he found it isn't important to us, though, just to show us that Ryuk has been around forever.
I can't chill. Light. I don't even carry a gun. It's distracting.
Now keep this line in mind for later. He states that he doesn't carry a gun and doesn't want to kill anybody. He thinks guns are distracting. They seem to not care anymore that they're also in a crowded cafe. They even had a wide shot showing there's other people there. Yes, let me just spout that I'm El, the famous detective, and you're Kira. That's definitely not going to arouse panic or anything. The line doesn't even make any sense. Just her being a cheerleader means nothing she's ever done mattered. Is this supposed to be some sort of commentary on the fact that cheerleaders are all about their appearances and nothing else, and only people care about is that? Even though she hasn't shown any sort of personality up until now, other than wanting to just kill people and being a massive cunt. Maybe if you set her up to have any sort of personality or character traits or motivation up until now, these scenes wouldn't have been just out of complete left field. Remember, ladies, if you want to manipulate your limp dick spineless boy toy, just tell him you love him. They fall for that shit every time. He only wrote Watari in the book. Doesn't he have to have his full name? At that point, you've already seen L's face. Just write L. And if that's for some reason not enough, why not just write Watari shoots Ethel and then shoots himself? Ryuk becomes completely flabbergasted because Light actually reads a rule in the book. You want to make it again. I thought you did get this one wrong. You want to get another chance. Ryuk tells him that you can only burn one name. This implies that this part of the rule isn't in the book. Well, why wouldn't it be? This seems like important information. Why bother to even have rules to begin with if you're not going to tell them the full effect? Ace Detective Max Payne, along with Bonnie and Clyde, somehow didn't notice that L came into their house until he reached their table. It's good to know the Turner residence is probably the easiest house to rob in all of Seattle. The all-night omnipotent L somehow missed the fact that Miso was sitting in on that whole conversation just in the stairwell after he told her to leave. Also, the police light's only shining through after the fact that L mentions that they're outside. This is so... This is like a scene like a terrible horror. Just waving a bad monster stretch face. The other one.
Tem a solução de beleza que tem perfeita para si. Este kit de ferramentas de maquilhagem com 23 peças sem fio. Pincéis profissionais para olhos e rosto, esponja de mistura, curvador de pestanas, pais.
I actually think I would enjoy it sober. All like candy, jelly beans that have survived for countless years.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Those definitely wouldn't have rotted to death. Like, what? Only 2 seconds ago. Now why is he just suddenly I don't get it already. Because the convenience so I can get shot and not reveal it to Light. Only only now does Light put it all together and somehow didn't notice that she already ripped out one page, even though you can clearly see that they've already written on the page previously. Wouldn't you notice going, there seems to be a tear right here, that's odd. Now she's put Light in the book. Oh no! And unless she becomes the official keeper of it, she's not going to burn his page, even though it takes 7 days for you. So what about that? What happened to that plot point? Just because Hart's going to stop at midnight, so he's just going to hand the book, and she's not the official keeper. We can easily take it back. Since Elle's actor is terrible, I use a reading scene to save him some sort of embarrassment. They can't take the embarrassment of being in this movie away, though. What happened to not using guns at all? Also, isn't that Decker's gun? Blade Runner? Like, Greg Decker, I know that where he goes to...
Sta parando!
Like, it's super cool. It's seen the notebook that will make it to make it no sense at all. You can't get non-sleep all the time. He suddenly becomes an action hero, jumping over cars and doing flips and shit like this. Knocking a random man's face into his suit because Ellen is a fucking asshole. There's also a way it can be that this construction site was still open that Light was able to run through it. Larger demons are running rampant. The deli man that comes out in the back of the garbage just happens to be a Kira worshiper and hits Elle over the head with a 2x4 going, Lord Kira. Why is Light just running around with a gun in his fucking hand? Holster it, put it in your pocket, put it in your ass. Are you trying to incite more panic? What would have happened if you shooting the box just stopped the Ferris wheel together? She fell from the top of the Ferris wheel, and the worst thing that happened to her was getting a dead sleep. Good thing she wasn't like the guy who jumped off the building who exploded into a million giblets. But don't worry, he didn't matter, because he was a B character. And a close-up movie. Except Anthony Snowball wasn't the first victim. It was the bully, Kenny whatever. His dad is such a shit detective. Fucking hell. Okay, now that Light has completely explained his stupid plan, we're going to break it down why this is awful. So first off, he writes down in the notebook that Mia is going to take the book away from him. And he told her if he can convince her to not take the book and just burn her page. That doesn't solve anything because you only know one name. So in the end, he would still die. Even ignoring the fact the book has magical powers that are absolute. So if he won't tell her to take the book, there's no way he's going to be able to convince her not to. Now, this is going to be another one of those things where they tell the book to do one thing and they start doing it and then they stop doing it and the book doesn't matter anymore. Kind of like when Atari would stop caring about finding Elle's name and then suddenly stop caring so he gets shot without revealing it to Light. And then he has Ryuk use his magic force powers to break the Ferris wheel where then she falls onto the bed of flowers and magically the page that has his name written in it, she accidentally rips out and it falls conveniently into a barrel fire that just happens out of there. Basically, you have a registered sex offender picking up the woman on the shore and then use it for the next 2 days and then return it to him after killing himself. But it shows in the scene that he's a sex offender and he's on a playground. You know, if you're a registered sex offender, you're not allowed to legally near a fucking playground or a school or a park. You can go to jail. Revealing all this to his idiot father, who found out he was Kira because he saw a newspaper clipping of his mother's killer in his room. Elle breaks into Mia's house, finds her calculus book, which still has the page of death note, and then it cuts off right as he's about to write Light's name, leaving it open for a second movie or being a cliffhanger because they decided no one's gonna fucking like this piece of shit. There's no way we're gonna ever make another one of this. By the end, you definitely figured out why I dislike Ryuk's look in this movie. It is because his face moves too articulated. It kind of reminds me of US release Kirby games, where Kirby is made to look more mean and aggressive, but in the original Japanese versions, he's happy. In the anime and the manga, his face doesn't really move a lot. The only thing that really does articulate is his mouth. The rest is pretty moves. I feel like a little bit off effective. Even in the air, instead of trying to give some bonus, asshole. See, in a magical world where Death Note just happens to not exist in this first ever piece of Death Note media ever. This movie fails for its own merits. It is nonsensical. All the characters are stupid and unlikable. Even though they're geniuses, the dialogue is awful and cringe-inducing, where lines just come out of nowhere making no sense. Characters change motivations at the drop of a hat, along with seeming to be on the same page with each other without having no references to know what's going on. But at the end of the day, if I had to choose between getting a sequel to this or not, I'd definitely would say I wanted one, just to see the train wreck that comes. Hopefully if they do decide to make a second one, it doesn't just drag on. You don't have the movie until the last 30 minutes where it completely falls apart.
Couldn't do it without you, girl. Whoa, none of that.
When I think of movies that I don't know why they exist, one of the first that come to my mind is Agent 47. I feel like it's pretty much accepted now that video game movies are a poison fucking well. They either never come out, or they're absolutely fucking awful, and they make you no money. And they just become embarrassing smudges on actors' filmography. I bet The Rock wouldn't mind having you do a movie from his. Semper Fi! Motherfucker. But considering how he keeps starring in these movies that are clearly beneath his talent, so he can play a sweaty man in a beige button-down, I guess he probably wouldn't mind, actually. The more I think about it, I just go, but why Hitman of all games? There's tons of more things that were way popular at the time that could have easily made you a shit ton of money if you wanted to fucking make a video game. I mean, The Last of Us was already out for 2 years at this point. That seems like the most easiest Oscar bait thing they could have possibly made. But I guess the world already existed, so they want to do that. Hitman is also a pretty niche series, all things considered. The game that got the most publicity, Hitman Absolution, was that. Its review scores from gaming websites wasn't that good either. And these are the same people that think David Cage is a good fighter. Leave it alone! It's reaction. I'm the real confident. They also admitted that 47 wasn't even that right. 47 has no hair. Like, has no hair follicles. You can see that this guy just keeps his head shaved. He's got like a private block shadow on his head. His barcode looks like fucking shit. Did they use one of those butterfly tattoos you get at Blockbuster for vending machines? The actor's head isn't even the right shape of 47. You can't even get his head right for the movie. When you think of 47, there's two things. The black suit with the red tie, and his bald fucking head. 47's head is very cylindrical. If this guy's head looks like a fucking melon. I know what you're thinking. That sounds incredibly nitpicky, and you're probably doing one of two things right now. Either roll your eyes and close the video, or in the process of typing me a very angry comment. Or just thinking about how videos like these are really if 47 doesn't know his voice actor hates it, why not just get him to play 47? Hell, he got this shit right in the movie from 2007, and that movie's so forgettable I can't tell you a single thing about it. He's complaining aside, how the fuck are you gonna translate a slow-paced selfie where you can wait up to 10 minutes to try to find the perfect opening to kill a target without having to have people going to tears?
Chase, the actor for 47, seems to be in on the whole thing, that this is a massive pile of shit and is just having as much fun with it as possible. And good on him for doing that.
After I'd seen the film of Super Mario Brothers, I knew that it was my bucket list to do an adaptation of a video game, and that would have been taken. Sonic the Hedgehog, I think, the role is still open. I don't know.
So before I actually watch the movie, I'm going to make some predictions. I've only seen the first 2 trailers. Prediction number 1. I think they blew their load in the trailers, and there's going to be no more action other than what is shown here. Prediction number 2. The whole movie's going to have this terrible dubstep soundtrack like it's had in the trailers, except for maybe one scene at the end where they play Ave Maria, or one of Jesper Kid's tracks from Hitman Blood Money to appease the actual fans of the series. Prediction number 3. Based on the trailers, it looks like the female character is basically an aged-up version of Victoria from Absolution, which they probably aged up so they could have her be a romantic interest of 47. This looks like it's probably going to steal a lot of story beats from Absolution, much to my chagrin.
I hate myself. Oh, I hate myself. I hate myself. Oh, I hate myself.
This, I think, is the first movie that I've actually looked at my phone during action sequences. I guess it really did live up to the 9% Rotten Tomatoes score. This is just bafflingly bad. Before watching the movie and deciding I wanted to make a video on this, I worried that maybe I didn't have enough to talk about. I'm glad I was proven wrong. The movie is only 96 minutes long, but it feels like 5 fucking hours. This movie achieves cramming so much shit in this movie, yet nothing happens. I was actually proven wrong with my first prediction, where I thought there was going to be no new action scenes that weren't in the trailer. Not only were there more, the ones they showed weren't in the movie. They redid them, like the jet scene, where the main girl is tied up in front of a jet engine and she has to untie herself to get out. In the movie, she's actually tied to a chair and she does some acrobatic shit. I was also wrong for prediction number 2. They didn't even have the dubstep from what I remember. They reused the same track over and over, this dan-dan-dan-dan-dan-dan, and then just remixed it in different keys. This scene is really tense and fast-paced. Let's speed this up. Bang, 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 bang. I was somewhat right and wrong with prediction number 3. A lot of plot points around her are similar to Victoria, but she does have enough of her own story that she's a completely different character. But she's equally as interesting. At the start of the video, I said I don't understand why this movie exists, and now after watching it, I completely understand. This movie takes place in Germany through the whole film. Now that might mean nothing to a lot of people, so let me explain. Uwe Boll is a film director who is well known for making shitty video game-based movies like this. He happens also to be German, and the only way he's able to get these movies made is because he would use a tax loophole and make a tax shelter, because he films in Germany, so he will get rich investors to invest money in his movies that are going to flop, and they use that as a tax write-off. Germany has a tax incentive that makes filmmakers want to try to film on location in Germany. Georgia also has a similar tax credit system. One of the most notable shows to use this is The Walking Dead. That's why you'll notice in a lot of credits for films, if you actually sit through at the end, they'll show the Georgia Peach logo. That's because it was filmed on location there. But using films for your shady tax bullshit isn't exactly anything new. This shit has been going on since the start of the industry. Like how film studios dump all their shitty movies in January and February just right before tax season starts and ends. You have great hits to release in January, like the Underworld films, Resident Evil films, Monster Trucks, a movie literally written by a 4-year-old, shitty horror movies like The Bye-Bye Man, Melissa McCarthy comedies, M. Night Shyamalan movies, anything with Liam Neeson after Taken films. The list could literally go on forever. But let's just say that they're not doing this for any shady tax-avoiding reasons. Sometimes you just throw out movies they don't think are going to make any money. There's a whole formula already written out for this. These movies are usually made incredibly cheap. They're either shitty comedies or shitty action films. Taken is an excellent example. They made this movie with a shoestring budget. They shot in Europe. Sound familiar? And then it made a fuck ton of money, and they've been trying to replicate it ever since by making more Taken films, and they made the same movie 3 times, each with Liam Neeson on a different mode of transportation. Liam Neeson has to find a killer in a plane. Liam Neeson has to find a killer in a train. Liam Neeson has to find a killer in a hotel. Also, he forgot who he was because he was in a car accident. making a movie is fucking expensive, so of course they're going to try to do everything that they can to make their money back. It just so happens that a lot of rich people in locations like Germany happen to invest in movies they will know will bomb so they can get a tax write-off. If you want to read more on this tax loophole shit, there's a bunch of links in the description below that'll lead you to more articles and documents you could read about it, because it's honestly boring as shit and I don't want to spend any more time talking about it. But maybe I'm being too cynical. Maybe this is a passion project. I mean, hell, they got the writer from the first movie back, Skip Woods, and he's made such hit films like X-Men, Origins, Wolverine. And apparently the Kane and Lynch film with Bruce Willis and Jamie Foxx? The only good thing to ever come out of the Kane and Lynch franchise was the fact that Jeff Gerstmann got fired from GameSpot, so he'd go on to form Giant Bomb. They definitely didn't hire Skip Woods because he's a hack screenwriter and probably works incredibly cheap. The movie pretty much starts out like any generic action film, giving you a 5-minute info dump. This genius scientist managed to make the perfect killing machines, and now has gone missing, so the governments need to find him. These perfect soldiers are called agents, and they're pretty much used as contract killers around the world. It pans through this headquarters of the people who are tracking down the professor, and the man in charge is escorted out because apparently there was some sort of breach or some shit. While they're escorting them to the safe house, they trip all 47's magic gadget bullshit that he has set up throughout the town, like his automatic sniper that's just going to easily, perfectly precise aim onto the driver's head. It's a shame he never uses any of this ever again, but I guess that would take planning and forethought, which doesn't happen at all in this movie, or probably in the production of it. Once they get into the safe house, they realize all the guards there have already been killed, and 47 is waiting there for the man in charge. They then have some really cringy dialogue.
No, I only need pieces of you. The information I require is in 2 places.
As the guy in charge reaches for the gun cabinet, he realizes, oh, there's a bomb there, and blows up. Then 47 has an action scene which feels identical to the one from John Wick, which now that I think about it, John Wick came out the year prior to this and was a huge success. So that makes me think maybe they were also thinking they could probably make a shit ton of money off the hype from John Wick by having a movie similarly like it. But unlike John Wick, which action scenes are well thought out, well choreographed, and the camera's placed far enough back so you can see what's actually going on without having a million jump cuts, Agent 47's is a fucking mess. They do literally everything you possibly could with an action scene wrong. The camera is too close. They use an odd lens, so all the fights are super blurry. Unless this is CG, then that's even worse. A million jump cuts. Incredibly bad shaky cam. Just because you shake the camera doesn't mean there's more emphasis and force in people's attacks. They last way too long, and they're nonsensical. Then they cut to our female protagonist, and I think this is an attempt to make us think she's incredibly smart or endearing, but it just comes off like she's an awkward weirdo bitch.
That's 71,291. That's something.
They then introduce that she has some sort of omnipotent spider sense bullshit ability that I think is supposed to be like the instinct system from Absolution, but it's so inconsistent I can't really tell. And that brings me to another issue with this movie, is that no character is consistent in this. Things just happen when they conveniently need to happen. At points, she can use her ability to see a pill bottle in someone's purse. Morgan since 47 was about to be in front of her apartment, even though she didn't know he was after her yet, or her life was in any sort of danger. And she can't tell who's coming up to her, so she grabs a rusty piece of metal to use as a knife? Okay, so I'm in the process of editing this video, and I'm scrolling through the footage, and these are shots from later in the movie. So I guess that means her ability allows her to see the future, or they're just reusing clips to save money? I'm not really sure. The more you get into this and think about it, the less sense it makes. 47 at points can shoot people from hundreds of feet away in the head with a pistol, but then suddenly can't hit anybody when it's convenient for the plot. He caused a huge panic in the metro system by just firing his gun at people, but then as soon as he leaves the boundaries of the metro, he decides, oh, maybe I should put my silencer on my gun. It wasn't important enough when you were surrounded by a million fucking people in a subway? Through the whole movie, he never acts like an actual assassin, let alone Agent 47. For the first half of the movie, he's basically a Terminator, which in the first half of the movie might as well be just a carbon copy of Terminator 1. Our main heroine is leading her normal life until she's attacked by either 47 or the Terminator.
Caralho!
But then they are saved and intercepted by Kyle Reese and Zachary Quinto's character. The male lead fights the pursuer, momentarily stuns them, allowing them to escape to a car. Getting caught by the police. Police interrogation scene. Pursuer breaks into police station. Male lead knocks out policeman to get key to uncuff himself. Main duo escapes by the skin of their teeth, hides out in hotel. Pursuer attacks duo at the hotel. 47's goal through all this doesn't even make any fucking sense in these scenes. At the start of the subway, he's clearly trying to kill her, and then he has the perfect opportunity as they're being arrested by the police. Apparently now he wants to be discreet, but not discreet enough where he'd sneak in as a guard. He has to get caught through the metal detectors and by security showing off all of his guns. If this was Blood Money or any of the earlier games, or Hitman 2016, the mission would have absolutely been to sneak in somehow, not just get yourself caught, and then get interrogated where you just spill the beans about who you are and what you're here to do. My name is Agent 47. I'm an assassin. I'm here to kill the girl you also happen to have at lockup. It's a good thing that for some reason you brought me my gun into the interrogation room. You then also loaded said gun in front of me, and I kicked the table. No reason, which in turn freed me and allowed me to escape. Fast forwarding back to the hotel, 47 breaks in, shoots Zachary Quinto and kills him, and then wakes up tied to a chair in a dark room. And he goes, I'm not gonna kill you. I chose not to. So if you weren't going to kill her, then why did you shoot in the middle of the fucking train station? Why didn't you just wait till she was alone and abduct her? Because until this point, it clearly looked like you were trying to fucking kill her. He then tells her to untie herself, and it's revealed that she's actually in front of a jet engine. Apparently, the jet engine's strong enough to make the chair slightly move back, even though it's on full power. Okay, maybe she weighed it down enough. That's still bullshit, but whatever. But then she does acrobatic shit where only her hands are on the chair, so clearly there's not enough weight to hold it down. She should be sucked in. The movie's fucking stupid. After she gets out, 47 reveals that she's also an agent. She's number 90. And then they're attacked by a private military group who look like they're wearing airsoft gear. And with the main girl's spider sense, they could easily sneak away. And she's like, are we gonna sneak away? 47 for some reason goes, nah, we're just gonna kill them. Yeah, assassins for this secret global organization that are contract killers. Why the fuck would we ever sneak around people and be invisible like ghosts? Let's just fucking murder who we please. Around this point is where 47's actor stops trying to do any sort of accent whatsoever and just talks in what seems to be his normal speaking voice.
They're not gonna shoot you. Titanium body armor. Injected into the skin in liquid form, it's flexible and extremely strong.
47 fights the guards and they embarrassingly make the Wilhelm scream as he throws them into a wood chipper. He then turns the jet engine to maximum overdrive, and nobody seems to notice and or hear it even when they're standing right in front of it. The only thing that's separating them is one sheet of glass that easily breaks from a single bullet. Zachary Quinto shows back up and he's like, surprise, bitch, I'm...
Ok, isto foi bué da chato, mas eu consegui, sim, mas eu vou fazer uma pausa rápida. Fónix, estou farto disto. Eu sabia que eu ia ter este objetivo tão grande.
They escape into an Audi for some sick product placement and then have probably one of the most embarrassing action sequences I've ever seen in my life. Genius scientist man gets shot in the leg and they're forced to leave him behind, so he is captured by Zachary Quinto and taken to the Syndicate's HQ. 47 knocks out Agent 90, ties her up into a helicopter, and forces her to fly into the building where scientist man is being kept. While she's flying into the building, he keeps cutting back to her face, super close up.
My wife left me because of this mission. Bruh. Skill issue. Ah! Sim, mãe! Ah, ok. Esta pausa realmente vai ser mais longa. Até mais.